Rise for the pledges. I pledge allegiance. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas,
one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. Please be seated. Item number 2 is the invocation. For that, our friend Pastor Michael Orr. Welcome, sir.
Let's pray together. Righteous Father in heaven, we're so thankful for this day. We're thankful for the many blessings of life. We thank you that you've given us this wonderful community to be able to thrive and to live in. And we pray first and foremost a thanksgiving for all that we have and all that we're blessed with. We pray that you would be with those who are suffering and struggling right now with illnesses, with difficulties, with lost loved ones, with lost wages. We pray as those in this room make decisions that will affect and impact our citizens, that you would give them wisdom and understanding in dealing with such a difficult time, that we would use all of our resources to help better the lives of those around us and those suffering, and give comfort and strength to those who have need for it. We thank you for giving us all of these city council members and mayor and others who are appointed over our various city positions, and we pray a blessing on each of their families, on all of those they love, that you would keep them healthy and safe, and that you would watch over them in all that they do. We thank you for this community, and we pray for its safety. We pray for peace. We pray that the doctors and the hospitals would be able to reverse all of the illnesses from COVID and be able to free up hospital beds to keep from there being a crisis. And we pray, Father, that we might do our part as well. Thank you so much for this community. Thank you for blessing us. Thank you for loving us. Thank you especially for your Son, Jesus. And in his holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you, Reverend. One quick thing before we move on. I would like to, over the holiday, we lost one of our own. Longtime city employee Tommy Peacock passed away just before Christmas. I'd like to do a brief moment of silence for Tommy. Thank you. He will be missed. Item number 3 is the audience participation that's covered on the screen. Please silence your cell phones, devices, etc., so we can have a good, peaceful meeting. If you need to make a call, please exit the chambers. As well, if there's some item you would like to discuss, fill out one of these with Janice. We will discuss. You can discuss anything on the agenda. Anything we are here, we'll discuss with you. I would like to welcome the folks watching online. Let us know how the audio and visual feed is. I hope you can see and hear well. All right, item number 4 is the consent agenda. A is action regarding minutes of December 1st. B is action regarding agreement to provide professional service between the City of Saigon and Randy Edwards. C is action regarding purchase of one 2020 Chevrolet 2500 pickup truck and one 21 Chevrolet 1500 pickup truck. D is action regarding a recommendation from the Recreation and Parks Board for funding a new parking lot for Willow Creek Station. E, action regarding authorization of individual project order with Kimley Horn for a risk and resiliency study and emergency response plan. F, action regarding recommendations from Recreation and Park Advisory Board for funding of LED light poles and fixture for Willow Creek Station. G is action regarding authorization of individual project order with Kimley Horn Associates for ADA Transition Plan Phase 3B. H is action regarding award of construction contract for Saigon Elementary Sidewalk Loop. I, action regarding authorization of individual project order with Kimley Horn Associates for design of Northwest Booster Pump Station. J is action regarding adoption of Resolution 2021-1, recommendation award of construction contract to Tarrant County for 2020 Community Development Block Grant Sidewalk Project. K is action to renew and award annual janitorial services contract to Oriental Building Services. And that's it. Any questions, comments, concerns on the consent agenda? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the consent agenda items A through K as presented.
I'll second.
All right, hold on. Before we move forward, I just realized I didn't read this. Sorry. I have a request to discuss item 4K. So let's pull 4K. My apologies. I just saw it. Let's pull 4K. Let's do the agenda for just A, or the motion for just A through J.
Mr. Mayor, I'll amend the motion to approve items A through J as presented.
I'll second.
All right. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Those opposed? Let the record reflect, we do have a quorum. Mayor Pro Tem is home and hope she's doing well. I hope you're watching, Valerie. So, item 4K is action to renew and award janitorial services contract. For that, Keith Reinhardt.
Mayor and Council, coming to you tonight for the janitorial services contract for the city. We've gone out for the bid, however, I guess since at least 2004, 2005, and generally we have, well, with the exception of one, we haven't had as quality cleaning services, and each time we've when it came up for bid, we went out for bid, accepting the low bid. And this last time in 2016, we went out for bid and Oriental Building Services was our low bid for that time. In comparison from years past, they were better, much better than the cleaning services that we've had before. They've been responsive as far as if there was an issue or a problem, handling it, taking care of. I manage the cleaning contract with Oriental Building Services, and anytime any staff or department had an issue, contact me. I get on the phone with them, and they take care of it, even to the point of replacing their staff or their crew that was cleaning it with a totally different cleaning crew. Are they perfect? Not at all. But they've been significantly better than the cleaning crews that we've had for the past 16, 17 years. They were low bid. In 2016, their only request, I believe, was a 3.5% increase from that low bid of 2016. We could go out for bid and probably accept the low bid, but it would be significantly higher than what we're paying at a 3.5% increase from 2016.
Okay. So I had a request to discuss. Ms. Stewart, would you like to address?
Kelly Stewart, 404 Mustang Drive in Saginaw. I guess I'll just ask Mr. Reinhardt. Since we are renting facilities out, and I have been told by certain people that sometimes it's not cleaned up, do y'all contact them, say on Monday, and have them come clean up the mess that somebody else left, or how does that work?
In theory, yes, the cleaning, when we have rentals, it's the responsibility of the renter to clean up after themselves. It's stated in their contract. It's detailed in their contract what they're responsible for doing. They put down a deposit, and it's a kind of a security and cleaning deposit. If they don't clean up, we keep their deposit, and sometimes you have some defiant people that are like that, and then we have to either clean it or we get the cleaning crew to come out and take care of it.
Okay. That was my main question, because I know with the new buildings that we're putting out there in the next couple of years, and we're renting things out in the gym, and of course my baby's a community center. I didn't see anything particular in the contract that they were to take care of those things. So I appreciate you clearing
yes.
that up. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, now I'll entertain a motion for 4K.
Actually, I have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
Regarding, I know I brought it to Gabe's attention that when someone rented the gym back in December, it was an all-day thing. They had people in and out constantly, groups of people in, and then they would leave, and then another batch would come in. I noticed that there was no cleaning between those groups. Is this something that OBS would do, or is this something that our staff is supposed to do, or is this something that the renters are supposed to do? And do our contracts need to be modified, at least for a short period of time, maybe an addendum or something added to?
If it's the rental that I think you might be talking about with the dance group, they had it rented the whole day.
Right.
So it's their responsibility to clean it. Even different groups coming in and out. I don't know about that. But at the end of the day, it's their responsibility to clean up after themselves.
Okay, well, I just had some major problems with everything they did on that day, so, but the cleaning part
Are you
of
talking
it.
from like a COVID perspective, Cindy, and like a?
Yes.
Okay, like specifically, what were they, like not washing hands, not social distancing, all kinds, what kind of stuff?
The chairs were next to each other. There was no social distancing. I would say probably 20% of the people did not have masks on. They did not even walk. Some of them walked in without masks. There was no cleaning between the groups. So I just didn't know if this was going to be a cleanup thing provided by OBS or how this was going to be handled.
Mayor, if I could,
But that's,
there are, and Councilmember Bighorse, there are renters that disqualify themselves from future rentals. If we have issues, if they're defiant, and we have those that are defiant, that are arrogant, and don't follow the rules that we set forth, when we have rentals, our staff's put in a really bad spot because we have, especially now with the pandemic, because we have one person there trying to enforce, no telling how many people are at the rental, and a staff member that is asking them to, you need to separate every 6 feet and follow the COVID guidelines, and they're telling us we're number one, then it makes it really tough for that one staff member.
but again, my concern was, the cleaning between the groups of people who would be responsible for that. And I
That's
think
the
you
one.
answered-
That's the one and only group that we've had where they've had, as you're referring to, multiple groups coming in. Most of the time, it's just a rental for 3 hours or 4 hours, and there's one group that comes in 3 hours, 4 hours later, they leave. This was a unique one that might or might not have disqualified themselves.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I guess my thought is, do we need to, this is not for the cleaning, do we need to take a look at our rental agreements during this pandemic time and make some alterations? That's sort of your question, isn't it? Do we need to add something, beef up our rental agreements during the world of pandemic to make sure it's safe for all involved?
Even if
And
it's
that's
an
an awful-
addendum
Yeah.
to the,
And that's really an offline discussion, but let's think about that. I think that might help in this situation, so let's see what we can do about that. So, any other questions on K?
thank you.
No, thank you, Cindy. Any other questions on K? If not, I'll entertain a motion for K.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve consent agenda item K as presented.
No, second.
Second, okay. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Excellent, thank you, guys. All right, moving forward, so we're going to skip number 5. That will be covered at another meeting when everybody can attend. Item number 6, consideration action regarding authorization of individual project order with Kimley Horn Associates for the comprehensive plan. So we've got some of our friends from Kimley Horner here. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for having us back. Excited to talk through this scope with you tonight.
Will you introduce yourself?
Abra Nusser,
Okay.
Senior Project Manager at Kimley Horn. And is it okay if I take this off while I speak?
That's fine. Sure.
Okay. So that way you can hear me better. So, Senior Project Manager at Kimley Horn, going to go over just a couple of highlights tonight, especially on community engagement, and then we can talk about any questions that you might have. So, our target tonight is to look at a contract that is trying to establish a vision for Saginaw's future. And we want to look at economic development and what strategies would be best moving forward, the character and vitality of Saginaw, and then preserving the things that the community finds are strengths and things that are special, but also laying a regulatory foundation for not only preservation, but also change that you would like to see. So community engagement, the digital hub will be a project website. We use a platform called Social Pinpoint. We talked a little bit about that last time. But the community can subscribe for updates. There's interactive mapping. We can have we have an event widget on there that'll have any event information, location information. If it's on Zoom, then we will have the Zoom link. We'll have a timeline so that the community can follow along with the process. And then we have a bunch of other engagement types that we can put up on the website. I will mention that we have had a significant amount of online engagement, especially since COVID. We've actually seen engagement increase, also like we talked about previously. But we are very confident that we will get a very high activity level on the project website. The process will really start with a community survey, talking about demographics, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats or challenges, and then any topic-specific questions that are pertinent to the planning process. We're going to do stakeholder interviews. This is very meaningful to the process. It can be a combination of business owners, residents, elected officials, active developers, really going to work with staff. And if you have any ideas for who those stakeholders need to be, definitely do let staff know sooner rather than later so that we can work them into the process. Anyone that you know is actively engaged or that might have insight into Saginaw's future and what needs to be in the plan. So these are some key groups that we anticipate throughout the process. Obviously, the public first and foremost. Stakeholders they can also be, members, residents of Saginaw, but these are people that might have some sort of amplified role in the community, either on the business side, development side, neighborhood leaders. Diversity and inclusion, we talked last time about the involvement of seniors and involvement of the youth and also other languages. So just really focusing on those key segments of Saginaw and making sure that we are customizing outreach to fit those groups. I know we talked last time about senior involvement, and we would be looking to you maybe for some leadership on who you think would be best to involve in the process and how you think we could engage people best. But we have some ideas too, so we'll be launching some of those. And then City Council will be coming to you a few times in the process. We'll talk about that in a second. Planning and Zoning Commission. The comprehensive plan is used for a lot of planning and zoning decisions. So going to Planning and Zoning Commission a few times during the process is important too, to receive their direction and their feedback so that the public hearing is not the first time they're seeing the plan. And then Comprehensive Plan Advisory Committee, that is going to be a key group that is going to provide direction throughout the process. We'll need a strong chairperson, and I think we have some options there that we can discuss. And then Technical Advisory Committee is going to be staff. So key group of staff just providing any technical information that we need. We would be looking to generally go to these groups 3 times throughout the process, including yourselves. So we really like beginning, middle, and end. There's all sorts of touch points in between, including online. We're very accessible. Anybody can call us anytime, and we're going to have little groups here and there, but generally beginning, middle, and end for all 3 of these groups. Community Forum 1, we built some flexibility into the scope in terms of in-person versus online. I know COVID is kind of a moving target, so we can adjust as things adjust. And in terms of how we built the fee for this project, we estimated the number of hours based on what we could anticipate moving forward. And really, we will stay flexible throughout the project. So when we come to you at those different times, we can adjust at any time to go from one format to the other, or even do combination. So we'll be looking for maybe some guidance on that tonight on where you want to fall. Community Forum 1 is about big, bold ideas for Saginaw. We really want for people to use their imaginations. We're not trying to shoot any ideas down at this early stage in the process, just trying to get people to think about the future. And then SWOT, going through those strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, challenges. And then we're going to be notifying people through Facebook and all the other communication outlets that are typical, especially for Saginaw. And then, there's in-person possibilities that are even kind of, they're safer on the COVID cautiousness side. We can do socially distant, fun things that will generate excitement if you guys feel like that is appropriate. And then plan elements, we talked a lot about this last time, but these are generally the categories that will be in the draft plan. Right now, there's kind of some capital improvements information in your current comp plan, so we'd be looking to just provide those separately and have capital improvements plan be a separate document, and then have your comp plan really have the traditional elements with the relevant customizations for Saginaw. This is a general timeline. You can see in the bottom right, flexibility to allow for changes. We want to be flexible with you, flexible with the world, flexible with the stakeholders. And so we generally like it to take less than a year, but it might be faster than that if we have a really efficient engagement process. If stakeholders are super responsive, then we can get done faster. But we also want to take it at the pace that the community is comfortable with and that you guys are comfortable with. So this is our best guess. Adoption within about a year, early 2022, maybe late 2021. But really staying flexible with you guys and doing that community survey first thing. So get that launched right away, and then initiate those stakeholder interviews, get CPAC up and rolling. So these would be the next steps after contract execution, is to create the Comprehensive Plan Advisory Committee, prepare a list of stakeholders, prepare the project branding strategy. That's just colors that we're going to use throughout the branding, throughout the planning process, and kind of messaging that we want the community to hear, and then prepare the community engagement sequence. So based on in-person or online, like what those key events would be and what the order would be. And then prepare and launch your project website with the community survey. But I know you guys probably have a couple questions. I'd be happy to answer those.
Just a couple, and this is more along the lines of deliverables. In your task 1, I noticed that you really don't have any deliverables defined in task 1. Can you speak to that a little bit? Because it seems like that's the main thinking portion of this whole process is task 1.
Task 1 is really to allow for project management, and it's ongoing, lots of ongoing tasks, but that project branding strategy is going to be right up front. It's kind of an iterative process. We'll ask staff, for those key stakeholders, and we'll go back and forth and finalize those. So stakeholders, that list is going to be a key deliverable, but we typically just don't list deliverables in task 1 just because it is kind of an ongoing project management function.
So task 1 is essentially, it's an encompassing task.
Yeah.
It goes from task 1 all the way through task 4.
Yes, it will go through the end of the process.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not necessarily sequential. So task 1, for example, would go throughout. Task 2 would as well.
And then I think I saw in task 2, your deliverables were, actually, what are your deliverables for task 2 in community engagement?
And we had a scope printing issue, so Andrew's ready.
Yeah, so the deliverables for task 2 are a project branding strategy, 1-page summary, and a periodic community engagement updates and reports.
So that would be the major, and that's task 2 is community engagement, correct? Yes.
Yes.
What we like, in the past, we have put firm deliverables under task 2, but we find that we're constantly giving staff reports about community engagement, and we're going to be coming to you with those community engagement presentations as well. And those presentations actually serve as deliverables in a way because we're giving you a recap of what's been done at that point. So community engagement is really the bulk of the planning process. So it really permeates everything. So those deliverables are going to be coming frequently. But we don't typically save them for one point in the process. We give them to staff when they're done, and we show them to you when they're done as well.
Okay, so when you're talking about deliverables, that's what you're going to be presenting to council, not necessarily what you're generating behind the scenes with staff as a technical committee. Is that what I'm to understand?
Sometimes those deliverables will go directly to staff,
Okay.
and then they would decide the rollout to council. A lot of them are going to go on the website, the project website, so the public will actually see some of those deliverables as well. But it's a combination. Some will go to staff, some will come in your packet.
So in task 2, this is where it looks like you're at least defining what these committees are. Is this the point in which you are assembling those committees? At
You mean
task 2?
Comprehensive Plan Advisory Committee specifically?
Yes.
We would be looking for any direction from you guys if you see anything that needs to be adjusted then, but I think Gabe would probably coordinate with council on the proper appointments.
But that would be performed during task 2, is that what
That's
I'm
correct.
Okay. So that list would essentially become a deliverable at the conclusion of task 2. You would have the list of the CPAC members. Is what I would
It's not
envision.
that formal in terms of a deliverable. When the list is ready, we just start scheduling the meetings with CPAC. And I think of deliverables more as like the plan or a memo and that type of thing. So there's going to be things that are delivered to staff throughout the process. And then, of course, the presentations to you guys I would consider a deliverable.
Mr. Mayor, I might, for the purpose of an illustration, so if y'all recall in July of 2018, we had a citizen summit. It was different focus, so it was strategic goals. So if you can think of a comprehensive plan, that work effort times 10 or 15. So we had the citizen summit, we had 30, 40 some people involved. Took about 4 hours. It was a lot of fun. We got a lot of feedback about that for projects that in fact influence our work plan. Comprehensive plan is a much bigger, broader project. I would say that we haven't really had maybe a true comprehensive plan in the city's recent history. We had a master plan that really was kind of a takeoff list for CIP projects, but what we're trying to achieve here is a 30-year vision and hear from people, not just say, here's how it's going to be. So it's very intensive. And when we get to the CPAC or the steering committee, that's essentially, these are people that you're going to tell us to go out and deputize and be the project managers, be part of the process, much like our Citizens Bond Committee or our Charter Review Committee, those sorts of people. They'll work in tandem with the Planning and Zoning Commission and Kimley Horn and staff.
And so just to kind of piggyback on that, so for CPAC alone, the making the list at the beginning is kind of the easy part. But for each of those three CPAC meetings, an intense amount of preparation goes in because it's really key focal points in the process. Those 3 phases are really important. So we actually do a lot of work to get to that first CPAC meeting and then to the second CPAC meeting. And then we've got to make the presentation. We do engagement exercises. So if it's online, we'll structure those properly so that CPAC's just not listening to a PowerPoint presentation. They're actually giving feedback and allowing collaboration. So structuring those properly. And then after CPAC, there's typically some feedback that comes from CPAC members, so sitting with them on the phone, talking through that, or even meeting in person. And then, of course, debriefing staff, cataloging that feedback throughout the process so that we can tell you guys. And then incorporating CPAC's feedback into the next phase of the process. So just CPAC alone is a lot of work.
And the only reason I'm asking is it's defined here along with a number of other committees in task 2.
Mm-hmm.
So when do you see CPAC's first engagement? When will
So-
they actually get together and go to work?
We would love, it's early January now. If we execute tonight, we would be looking at creating 4 key documents with staff, really that initial list of stakeholders. You guys have to decide who's on CPAC. So once we understand who's on CPAC, then I immediately send out a doodle poll usually for their availability and then give them a deadline, and then we schedule, and then it happens. So I would assume that we could at least get it scheduled within the next couple of weeks, I would imagine, and then it would just depend on their availability.
So in terms of tasks 1, 2, 3, 4, in what task does CPAC actually work? Where do they actually begin the work?
All of them. They permeate the entire process. It's not.
Okay.
It's not defined edges.
Okay. I'm asking this is because, to take the fee that we're approving tonight,
Yes.
that's going to be broken up into payments to you by task.
Based on
Right.
progress. Yes.
So what I would like to understand is how do I measure when you're supposed to be paid a certain amount of money upon execution of what? And if task 1 has no deliverable, then what is the value of that work? If task 2 has some deliverable, but we really haven't started acting yet, we've just kind of defined who everybody's roles are, but another invoice rolls around for task 2, how do I know what we're paying for at that point? That's really what I'm driving.
Sure. We are significantly organized on our side. So we have spreadsheets broken down by each task and what we anticipate on the back end of what that task is. So we offered Gabe and them a task breakdown of each task, and we'd be happy to provide a more detailed task breakdown, or even just bullet points under so that you would be able to measure progress better. But it's just what your preference is. So we have a very significant amount of detail on the back end.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay.
So I had a couple of things. Who is going to be our primary city contact? Who will be our city liaison?
So that's a good question, Mr. Mayor. It'd be a team effort. Susie, who couldn't be with us tonight, she's actually at home sick. Susie, you better be watching. I think he's going to be the main coordinator for the process. But, the reality is Rick, myself, and many others will be involved. So Susie will be the project manager. So Chief Cat Herder on the city side, and then Abra is the
Consultant
Kimberly
project
Warren.
manager.
Project manager.
Okay, awesome. And looking through the list, I like the youth involvement, the senior involvement, the diversity inclusion involvement. I think that ties up well with some of what we've got going and what we've been talking about. Will that be different than CPAC, like reaching out to the youth? I don't expect the youth to be on the CPAC, but you're going to reach out to them separately. How would that work exactly?
So we wanted to have some initial conversations with stakeholders first, and receive any direction from you guys this evening, of course, before we really nailed down what that strategy would be. So I think, in the youth one, I believe it says 4 hours of specific engagement. So we would be looking at maybe a school district representative is one of our stakeholders that we talk to, and we really approach them with that question, but also with some ideas and see what they would find most appropriate, especially considering the digital in-person dynamic and what they would think is best. So, the youth specifically, you guys have had the Mayor's Youth Council before, maybe bringing that group back to the table and doing a little meeting with them and really asking them some specific feedback would be an option. But really just trying to provide some flexibility in the process for any direction we might receive.
That would be great to bring back last year's Mayor's Youth Council, because they were sort of ripped off. They got cut short, so I'm sure they would appreciate it a little more.
Them and a lot of other kids.
In fact, one of them hit me up the other day asking if we're going to have another one this spring, so that's on my list. But
Well, it would be an exciting opportunity
No.
to get them involved.
I think they would be perfect.
Yeah.
Other questions, Council?
Go ahead.
Cindy?
Yeah. Obviously, you put a lot of work into this, and I appreciate the enthusiasm that's rolled into the presentation. What sort of time commitment are we looking at? I know you mentioned like 4 hours for the youth, but I mean, the CPAC is obviously the biggest one. So what sort of time commitment? That's going to be the first question people say, what's, you know,
2 hours, 3 times.
2 hours, 3 times, that's it?
That's minimum. We
No.
like to strongly encourage them to attend and participate in the 3 community forums. So, you would be looking to hopefully appoint people who could get the message out as ambassadors of the planning process. If they are in-person events, we would be asking CPAC to attend. Obviously, we can't require them to. But those 3 meetings are crucial to the process, and we'll keep them informed as to where we are in the process, and we will ask them really important questions at those 3 meetings. So the people who go on to CPAC really need to attend those. And then, if it's online, we would be looking for them to not only participate online, but also hopefully share it on their personal social media and just really hopefully help get the word out. But 6 hours minimum, it's really not a big time commitment for the minimal participation.
Okay. And outside of, this is for Gabe, outside of the cost that we pay to Kimley Horn, what is going to be additional costs to the city for this?
No additional cost,
Okay, thank you.
other than, scheduling meetings and, no additional, other than staff time and effort.
Councilmember?
It just occurred to me, the discussion we had 1 or 2 meetings ago about starting a diversity committee, and I believe we do have some people that have already volunteered for that and shown an interest in. I think they would be good candidates for the CPAC or some of the smaller groups.
And what a beautiful way to maybe tie in diversity and inclusion.
I have one other question. On Task 6, at the very end, we talk about services in Task 6 being extra, basically. So what specifically could happen or usually happens in Task 6 that requires the extra funding or the extra time?
So extensive stakeholder interviewing, typically. So we start out and everyone agrees on the list, but then we start going through the process and we figure out there's this group that comes to the forefront and they really need a special meeting, or they need a special focus group, or they need 6 or 7 extra stakeholder interviews that take an hour a pop or something like that. That's just kind of a contingency task for if you guys provide particular direction to us, or if staff says we heard from council that this needs to happen. It's just kind of some wiggle room if we receive that kind of direction.
Okay. Council, other questions? Anything else? If no other questions, well, thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Abra.
you.
Thank you very much. If no other questions, I'll entertain a motion on item 6.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the Kimley Horn proposal for a comprehensive plan as presented.
Thank you. Have a second? Mary, second? All those in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed? Thank you. Thank you, folks. Look forward to working with y'all. Moving forward, item number 7, consideration and action regarding a recommendation from Planning and Zoning Commission regarding approval of final plat for Lot 1, Block A, Senior Living. For that, Rick Trice.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Excuse me, last November, Planning and Zoning Commission and you both approved the preliminary plat for the assisted living facility just down the street from us on McElroy. You can see they've already got their silt fence in place and are preparing to mobilize for construction. This is the final plat. This, along with the next item, which is approval of the site plan, are the last 2 steps, enabling them to get a building permit for that site. The Planning and Zoning Commission met on December 8th and recommended approval of this plat unanimously, so we recommend approval.
All right, Council, questions? Any questions, concerns? not, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the final plat as recommended by Planning and Zoning.
Second? Cindy, second. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All right, thank you. That's 7. So now we're on 8. Consider an action regarding recommendation from Planning and Zoning Commission to approve site plan for Lot 1, Block A, senior living. For that, Rick Trice.
This is the site plan required on multifamily 2 zoning, which is also the overlay zoning of the assisted living facility. This is the first phase, which will be condos. It's usually about 22 units. The site plan information is in your packet. It includes project layout, landscaping plan, grading, and some details on the trash enclosure and things of that nature. So, again, the Planning and Zoning Commission met in December and had to recommend staff recommends.
If we approve this, do we know timing? Do we know timing for this if approved?
They were trying to do the work prior to the new year. Again, this is just the first phase, so there will be a second phase in the future for
Sure.
the main building. So these are the cottages. There will be another site plan requirement
Mhm.
when the main building comes in. But I believe, if my memory serves correct, which is suspect most of the time, probably take 4 to 5 months before you'll see some substantial improvement on your.
Okay. Council questions? Ms. Copeland.
I had mentioned to Rick prior to the meeting that I was very impressed with the landscape plan. It's going above and beyond what our ordinance requires. And I did notice on that plan that there was a few trees that were going to have fencing around them. And does that mean those are existing trees? That fencing will allow them to not be accidentally cut down, or what was the purpose of that fencing? I couldn't find an answer to that.
Are you speaking about?
There was 2 or 3 trees on the landscape plan, or there was a picture of fencing, and it looked like very large trees. So I thought maybe they were already existing trees to make sure they weren't. Quite often these developments, they're going to save trees, yet they get cut down because of the lack of communication. So I thought maybe that's what that fencing was for.
Typically, that may be done as part of the tree planting process to protect the trees. I don't believe there's any trees on that site, so.
Okay.
And I'm trying to find there it is. Right, there's some protective fencing just to protect the trunk during construction, et cetera.
Okay.
Of newly planted trees.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to say how happy I am with the landscape plan, and it really, I think, will be a very nice facility.
Council. Ms. Bighorse.
I've been talking with seniors quite a bit lately, and I was looking at your plant schedule here, and while I agree that they're really nice trees, a lot of seniors have said they would like to have trees that produce fruits or nuts or things like that as part of the landscape. Is there a reason why that can't be included?
We can reach out to the developer to see if they're amenable to that, but, I mean, we don't negotiate landscaping. The landscaping's already prescribed in the city ordinance. So if they comply with the city ordinance, then we would have to approve the plan.
Okay. So we don't have anything in our ordinance that provides for
That would
planting
mandate any kind of fruit-bearing trees.
edible
correct.
landscapes.
Right.
But there's nothing stopping us from reaching out and saying, hey, asking them if they would be amenable to that.
Certainly.
Certainly a good ask. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's like my granddaughter said, kids can go outside and have healthy snacks, why not the seniors too?
Do you have any particular species that you were interested in?
I can send you that information later.
Okay.
Or just,
Certainly, we'll reach out to them. See.
general things that I've talked with a couple of master gardeners that they recommend.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, other questions?
I just have
Mr. Farr?
one comment. It's my constant comment about detention ponds. The only thing that I don't like about this site plan is where the detention pond is located. It's going to be right in front of our new fire station, and you've heard us talking back and forth about how pretty we want the detention ponds at the fire station to look. And I hope this one doesn't look like a gym sock hanging on a shower rod in front of the fire department. So is there some way that we can incentivize this developer to do what they can to soften what this detention pond looks like? It looks like a riprap channel with a couple of pilot channels in it, pilot flumes. Can we make that look a little prettier? That's my only ask, because it does not look good where it's at.
You're correct, and the fire station's pond also is on the frontage of McElroy. There's actually a parcel of land between this pond and the fire station, a remainder of the McNeil tract. So, again, we can reach out to see if there's a way that we can provide some screening at a minimum around the pond to see if we can screen it in some manner.
Well, I think for continuity's sake, when we discussed this with BRW, the architects for the fire station, we did all impressed upon them how we wanted the front of this fire station to be very appealing, to have a lot of curbside appeal. If we can at least carry on with whatever landscaping they're planning on doing for our detention ponds at the fire station, whether that be feather grass, whatever they're planning on doing to make it look pretty, it might be a good idea to see if we can't just continue that on into this detention pond.
I think I would agree that the perimeter of the pond should probably be softened. I would caution, obviously, about putting any type of plant material in the pond.
Sure.
So just because it would cause a long-term maintenance issue also.
Sure.
So, but certainly, we can adjust our plan. I believe their plan exceeds our requirements today, so we can probably shift plant materials to try to soften that frontage.
Okay, that's my only comment.
Council, other questions? Any other questions, concerns? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the site plan as presented, considering the comments have been made here tonight.
Thank you. Charlie, second. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed? Excellent. Thank you, guys. All right, at 6:47, we're in a public hearing. Item number 9, consideration action regarding an ordinance amending the water impact fees on new land development or redevelopment within the city of Saginaw. For that, Rick Trice.
It's actually going to be an Andrew Simon show, but
Oh.
about every 4 years required by law, the city's required to look at their development plan, master plan, and in the context of water impact fees, sewer impact fees. You approved an IPO with Kimley Horn to accomplish that, and that study has been published. In a nutshell, the results of the study, and I'll let Andrew kind of go into that, are that we would approve the land use plan that we've adopted land use planning and also programmed for our capital program for water and sewer facilities, and have appropriate fees in place to manage that or to finance those improvements. So the whole basis being that growth pays for growth, that these are system-wide improvements. So the good news is that we're at the end of our capital plan, basically in Saginaw. So there's really just a very short list of water improvements yet to be built or financed by water impact fees. So what this does is a two-step process. There's 2 ordinances involved. The first ordinance is to adopt the study as prepared by Kimley Horn, and the second is to adopt revised impact fees for the city of Saginaw. Based on the fact that we have sufficient funds in our water capital fees to pay for remaining infrastructure, we're recommending that we no longer collect water impact fees, and that would be the master fee amendment to reflect that. We will still collect water impact fees and sewer impact fees for the city of Fort Worth as required by our ordinance or our agreement with them. So developers aren't getting off totally free, but for Saginaw, we no longer would require impact fees. So we have a full 2-hour PowerPoint presentation. I know Bren loves those. But if you'd like, Andrew can give you the short story version of kind of what the steps are in a general form. So if you want to let him go ahead and explain that process, and then we could entertain any questions.
Sure, Andrew, why don't you hit the highlights for us?
Sure. And I mean, Rick
The
covered
2-minute version, please.
Yeah, I'll give you the
not
two-
the 2-hour version.
I'll give you the 2-minute version, and Rick, I mean, covered the majority of it. But I mean, what an impact fee is like Rick said, is growth paying for growth, so that any new development coming into the city, each individual house or each individual commercial building pays for their fair share of impact on the water system, the wastewater system, or the roadway system. So if Saginaw doesn't collect roadway impact fees, they recently stopped collecting wastewater impact fees, and you've also recently stopped collecting water impact fees. And so the real basis of an impact fee study is for us to look at what are the projected population or projected water connections coming into the city, and then what is the projected infrastructure needed to serve those new connections. And the basic math, I mean, to really simplify it is we just basically divide the two and say, here's each connection or each household's fair share of impact to pay for the new infrastructure to serve them. And that's really the process that we went through, and I can get into more detail if you have questions specifically. But one point just to add on to what Rick said is, we're going to stop collecting water impact fees because we have sufficient funds to pay for the remaining infrastructure on our list. So you might ask, well, why did we do an impact fee study if we're just going to stop collecting impact fees? The reason we did an impact fee this year is we wanted to add a project to our capital improvement plan, which the state requires you to do a brand new impact fee study and go through the entire process if you want to do that. And so the project that we're adding is the Northwest Booster Pump Station. That's going to help to boost pressure for the northwest part of the city, particularly the apartments coming into the square. So that's really the brief summary. I mean, obviously there's a lot more details in there, so I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Oh, thank you, Andrew. Council, questions? Yes, Ms. Copeland.
So in the future, if we found that we did need more projects and we no longer had enough funds to cover those, then would we start charging those impact fees again?
So that may be a question for Bryn. If we stop collecting impact fees, are we allowed to reinstate?
Yes. You'd have to perform the study once again, but then you could reimpose fees. That's correct.
And one thing I'll just clarify that's a little confusing on impact fees is you're only allowed to spend impact fee dollars collected on impact fee projects. The city can't take that money and go rehab or fix something that's already there that's just getting old and they need to refurbish. They're not allowed to do that.
And impact fees are only charged to new development, and they're only for improvements outside of the development. The developer is always required to fund 100% of the internal infrastructure to serve their development. They're called impact fees because you're charging only new development for the impact of that development on external city facilities.
This is a public hearing, so if the audience would like to speak on this subject, you're welcome to approach and speak right now. Anybody else? If not, then at 6:53, out of public hearing, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve ordinance number 2021-1, amending the water impact fees and updating the city's land use assumptions and capital improvements plan. I also move that we approve ordinance number 2021-2, amending the master fee table to reflect no collection of impact fees.
All those in favor, raise your right hand. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Rick. Item number 10, consideration of action regarding operation of local on-system improvement project agreement with the City of Scioto and Exide. Rick Price.
Excuse me, I seem to have a hard time putting on my mic, but this is the long-awaited TxDOT agreement for the square. What this is an agreement for the city to fund that as a locally led project. The cost of that improvement is currently estimated a little over $715,000. There's also about $75,000 to $100,000 of third-party inspection involved with that. The state is going to put up $52,000 or so for just project administration coming out of state funds. So this is related to the next item. In fact, the next item probably should have come before this one on the agenda just to keep the bookkeeping straight. But anyway, this is the agreement that we've been waiting for to allow that project to go forward. So if you have any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer those.
Will you just quickly define what what it means to be local on-system project?
Most state projects go through an advanced funding agreement. You're familiar with the bridge, which we kind of went through some iterations on that. Typically, those go through a state letting process where they actually advertise the project, let the project in Austin, and then they manage that project through construction. This was within state right-of-way, obviously Business 287, under the LOSAs, which is a relatively new instrument. In fact, this may be the first or second one in the statewide, or certainly in the District 2 that they've used it. Allows that to be advertised, led, and constructed as if it were a city project on city land. So what we will do is complete the project according to state specifications. They have approved those plans, and then once it's completed, we will hand that back over to state, and they will take over perpetual maintenance of the project. The project, just to refresh your memory, consists of signalization, a median opening, and deceleration lanes, left turn lane, and a right turn lane going southbound on 287. So,
Is there any?
Hope that answered your question.
There's no drainage associated with this.
Not with the state work, no.
Okay.
No. The second component, which again we'll get into with the next item, would be the interior work that will be performed by the developer.
Okay.
And that would include some drainage.
Okay. All right. Council questions?
Since this will be funded essentially by monies that have been appropriated through incentives to the developer, I would like, just before we approve this $750,000 expense, to get a refresher of what kind of monies we've committed to this developer and how that's going to work in terms of funding this. So if someone can just kind of refresh everybody's memory on that before we take action on the expenditure.
Yeah, and Brian can chime in too, since he worked on the agreement also. But the way the 380 was structured was that there are infrastructure improvements, which included the interior work, storm drain, water, sewer, and the roadway, the square boulevard, and also the work within TxDOT right-of-way. And that has two milestones. The first $1 million they can draw down based on expenses to complete those infrastructure improvements. And then the next $500,000, likely that they would also, if there were money remaining to be drawn down, that they could target that. The last $500,000 was incentivized based on what type of development they brought into the development. So sit-down restaurants, things of that nature. So I think I characterized it correctly.
Right. That's the summary of the original agreement. Obviously, since that time, in discussions with staff and the developer, it was thought that rather than having the developer responsible for all the internal and external infrastructure improvements, that it might be best for the city to partner with TxDOT, since it's TxDOT right-of-way, and they would rather work with us. So the next item contemplates removing on a dollar-for-dollar basis and on a priority basis all of the costs that the city would otherwise incur for those improvements, and removing it from the incentive and just taking the money and reappropriating towards the project that the developer was originally going to be in charge of. And so all that's remaining is the interior work, and they're not permitted to draw down on those dollars until our portion is fully funded from those funds.
And leading into that next item, which we'll take action on in a minute, the $1.5 million that was set aside was essentially for improvements reimbursement, period. $1 million and then $500,000.
That's right.
And the last $500,000 has nothing to do with improvements. It has everything to do with what they deliver to us in terms of quality of restaurants.
Restaurants, that's correct.
And to be clear, since this is under $800,000, we're well under the $1.5 million budgeted for infrastructure improvement.
Correct.
So we're not getting anywhere close to incentives promised for performance.
That's correct. We don't touch those, and the next item contemplates that the full $1.5 million, if necessary, it's not envisioned to be anywhere close to that amount, is prioritized to fund the TxDOT improvements first.
Okay. Thank you very much for the clarification. Since it's $750,000 we're about to spend, I'd like to know where the money's coming from.
Anything else, Patrick?
No, sir.
Okay. Council, other questions, other concerns? No? If not, I will entertain a motion on number 10.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the TxDOT local on-system improvement project as presented.
Patrick? Anybody second? Mr. Tucker, second. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed? Excellent. Thank you, guys. Moving on, item number 11, consideration action regarding approval of the second amendment to the Chapter 380 Agreement, Economic Development Agreement with AM and JK Development Incorporated, or LLC. Rick Trice.
I'm not sure there's anything else to say. We've characterized it in the last item, but again, what it does is freeze that money that was set up in the 380 agreement originally, the $1.5 million, to be used solely for TxDOT improvements and associated costs before they can seek reimbursement on the remainder of the infrastructure improvements. So that's essentially what the amendment does.
Everybody clear on what we're doing now? I appreciate the explanation. That was good. That's a good reminder. It's been a while. Any other questions? Any new questions, folks? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve amendment number 2 to the Chapter 380 Economic Development Agreement with the Square.
I have a second? Mary, second. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Those opposed? Excellent. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Rick. Item number 12, discussion regarding salaries, benefits, and a salary study update. For that, City Manager Gabriel.
Mr. Mayor, this is an item followed under the principle of no surprises, like to bring things to your attention beforehand, before they become actionable. So our last salary study was conducted in 2016. I believe it was concluded somewhere around the summer of 2017. The scope of that took a look at our organization at that point in time, compared it to other organizations where we were losing people, where we might not have been marketed competitive, and then gave a general framework for grades and classifications and a path to move forward. So I want to start out by saying we've made really important progress on that. When I first came, I think first budget year we made a change in our retirement to be market competitive. We've made some cost of living adjustments that have been very important. What we intend to do here is to have each department kind of talk about the specific challenges that they're facing. The intent would be to go draft an RFP, go out to the market, engage a consultant, and do a salary study update now that we're at 4 to 5 years later. I want to emphasize that good people, and we have good people, are really hard to find, and good people are really hard to replace. So y'all are aware, I send you email updates when we have retirements. I think that anything we'll talk about this evening is not unusual for any city. What is very unusual for us is about 50% of us in this room could walk and retire either now or within 5 years. So think of half our workforce not being here. That requires our attention immediately to be able to go and recruit people that are quality and will deliver outstanding public services. So we're going to try to keep it at a high level. Happy to answer any questions you might have. And again, the intent is to provide a background. We'll come back with an RFP after an RFP process, get a salary study conducted. The reality is, whatever the outcome of that salary study, we'll be able to implement it in a manner that we can afford, in keeping with our long-range financial plan. So with that, we'll probably start off with PD and just have everybody talk. So we told Lee beforehand that he's got 45 minutes, so the clock's ticking now, sir.
I already read his letter, and that counts off from your time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Gabe. Yes, I did provide some backup material, a little memo to Gabe, and a couple of other charts that you can refer to. Essentially, what the police department is facing is not necessarily unique to just PD. The fire department experiences this quite readily, and many other departments in the city do as well. But we're in one of the most competitive applicant pools in the nation, especially for law enforcement and public safety. And, I'll start you off with just a few general stats. Applications are down nationwide. Estimates at about 66% in the last 5 years in policing. A lot of reasons for that. Our applicant pool is down during that same period overall at about 50%. The most alarming thing is that our certified applicants are down over 57%. So when I say certified, I mean the officers that have experience, that have attained certifications, perhaps been hired by other agencies and have experience. And that has been our bread and butter, our main core of our applicant pool forever, that we did not hire anybody but certified applicants. So I've provided another chart for you there, and I'll come back to some of these other things if you want to hear about them, but hopefully you can read some of that. But what it shows is the reduction in the number of applicants we've had over the last 6 years, essentially, and the number of TCOL certified applicants and how many we've hired. So you see that there's sort of a definite reduction in the number of applicants. And when I say, let me qualify what we say about the blue field there of total applicants. That's not every application we get, but all the applications that we get are scanned for immediate disqualifiers and minimum qualifications before we process those. So these are the ones that we actually call out as qualified applicants and process from to directly hire. So you see that they've gone down and through 2019, and they go back up to a kind of an average in 2020 only because we started processing non-certified applicants. So now the majority of our applicants are now non-certified that we look at. And we've actually sponsored some people through TCC Police Academy and now Weatherford Academy just to try to maintain good qualified applicants. This little graph here shows you kind of where that falls. It's just another illustration. So the blue line, the total applicants, the red line is the TCOL certified applicants. You see that stair-stepping down over the years. And then we had to add to that applicant pool by processing non-certified people, which is the green line, which puts us back to about an average again for the year of 2020. So we're still getting qualified. We're still finding qualified applicants, mainly through word of mouth or through other means, people wanting to move to this area for some reason, but that's a very small number of people. And what we're up against is not only the diminishing applicant pool, but specifically that job market that I talked about, and the job market for high pay, which we've seen the whole market average pay go up considerably in the last 5 years in the DFW area. And we've seen lateral, what are referred to as lateral entry plans in that same time period. So especially the larger agencies, but really now it's almost all the agencies we compete with are offering lateral entry incentives for experience. So those begin somewhere anywhere from 5 years of experience up to 10 or more, and departments are paying for that experience to step right in the door from another agency. So basically everybody's stealing their qualified applicants from each other, and they're paying them incentives to come to work for them. So The reason we're behind that curve is because of our pay plan and where the majority of our current employees fall in that pay plan. We do not have, we have a step plan, what we call a step plan, but there's no plan, if you will, for redundancy that says when we execute one of those steps. So what we're up against on a lot of these lateral entry step plans is, say, an officer with 5 years experience can go to North Richland Hills, step in the door with 5 years experience, and be making $7,000 to $8,000 more than what we can start that same applicant at here. And then they will progressively move through their pay plan in increments. And those increments, that's some of the material that I've supplied for you with those other agency step plans. Some of those are on an annual basis. Some of them are on 2 to 3 year steps. Most of their step plans are incremental and move independently from any cost of living adjustments that the cities also give. So if the money is available, individuals that hire in the first year will get steps at, say, a second year, a third year, a 5 year, 7 years, 9 years. Most of those step plans maximize or hit the maximum point of their pay plans within 10 to 15 years of experience or tenure with that agency, depending on where they come in. If they come in at a lateral entry, they're going to hit the maximum much sooner. Because they might start at a 5 or even 10-year step within their department's pay plan. So what we can't pay, we can't compete in that certified market because there's only 4 employees in the police department that are currently at or above midpoint in our pay plan, in our salary pay plan. That includes people that are anywhere. So, for instance, our senior patrol officer, Brian Dunks, many of you know him. He's been an SRO at the high school for many years. Does an excellent job for us. He has about 14 years experience with Saginaw PD. He's currently at what's a step 3 out of 8 on our pay plan. He's not even at a midpoint. Somebody with that level of experience should be beyond midpoint in our pay plan. And so if we tried to hire somebody with his experience, we'd have to pay them at what's comparable in other agencies to 3 to 4 years experience maybe. So we have others. I can give you other examples on the pay plan. We have a sergeant that's been with the police department for 20 years. He's been in grade as a sergeant for 11 years. He's at a step 2, or it's the second step. There's a minimum step and a second, and what we call step 1. So it's the second step in 8 in the sergeant's pay range. He should be at 11 years in grade as a sergeant. He should be way beyond, again, really way beyond midpoint. So we can't compete in the certified applicant. Our applicants are diminished. So we're lucky to still be getting the qualified people that we've been able to hire in the last couple of years. But we're going to lose those people if we don't do something pretty soon and adjust those pay ranges, spread them out, and adjust some of the overlap, the compression within the pay ranges, and the overlap between the pay ranges as people go up in rank, because there's very little incentive for some people, or at least some people don't find incentive to try to promote up because of the compression in the pay ranges themselves and the compression within each progressive rank, so from patrol officer to corporal to sergeant, lieutenant, and on up. I've included a salary survey that we did. I'm sure if you commission this salary study, they'll do a better one a more comprehensive one. But when you just look at our pay scale in comparison to these cities, and we compete with all of these cities, we compete with every city in the Metroplex regardless of size. But we just picked these because some of them are smaller than Saginaw in size, some of them are larger. But we know that when we see applicants that apply here, they oftentimes have applied at some of these other agencies at the same time and are in process there. So it's very common anyway. So we're not at the very bottom in every point, but we're at the low end of this scale, in this comparison scale. And then add to that the idea that most of these departments have step plans that move people rapidly through the pay ranges. We're behind in the competition for a number of reasons for that reason. This slide shows you some of those pay plans, step plans that we compete with, and how they move people through those, how those departments move people through those step plans. And again, none of this is guaranteed, and it wouldn't be guaranteed here, just as COLAs are not guaranteed. It would be as money allows, but we really desperately need to come up with a way to move people through the pay ranges. So for the police department in particular, I would make these certain recommendations. We need to come up with that plan, that pay plan, that step plan, so we can compete, so that today's job seeker, who is really doing a lot of research, we find in the past perhaps that wasn't the case, and you would think perhaps in the job market or the economic market that we're in right now that people would be flocking to public service jobs, but they're not. And again, there's a number of reasons why they're specifically not coming to police jobs, as you might imagine. There's all kinds of reasons. But when somebody can look ahead and say, well, I'm planning on only spending 20 or 25 years and retiring, and they look at comparative scales and step plans with other agencies that we compete with, we don't compete with the people that do research on that. So that's one of the things we need to do, though, before we can come up with a step plan, is we've got to broaden our ranges, eliminate that compression so that we can pay qualified, certified, experienced people at a comparable rate. And then we need to then be able to pay a lateral incentive for experience and perhaps go back to hiring more certified officers than non-certified. And there's some advantages to that. Every hire is a roll of the dice. If you hire brand new people and send them to an academy, yes, we could become a training ground, but we are that now already with our certified people. And I'll give you an example of that, or a couple of examples. So Gabe mentioned the last salary study in 2016, and I think that was in response to a kind of a mass exodus of experience from the police department in one way, when about 6 people who were at a very marketable point in their career with, say, 5, 7 or more years experience left because they started taking advantage of these lateral entry incentives at other departments. And we lost people to, I think, Irving, North Richland Hills, the DPS, a number of other places where they could step in the door with experience and be making quite a bit more. We just recently lost Mark Hilliard, who had about 6 years experience in Saginaw PD, some other prior experience at another agency. So he was a tenured officer, did an excellent job for us. He was at an age where he could still make a career move and it be to his benefit, but he applied at Burleson PD. And this part of this is a no-brainer. It was much closer of a drive from his house to here because he lives in Burleson, but he could step in the door making $10,000 a year more than we were paying him through the lateral incentive program that Burleson offers for his experience level. So we could not compete with that and retain him here. I tried every which way to promise him all kinds of things, but I just didn't have it in my repertoire. So, and I don't blame him for making that move. But if we don't do something soon, we're going to see the same thing that we saw in 2016, because I mentioned Dunks at 13 years experience. We have 2 more people under him at about 7 or 8 experience. The rest of our patrol tenure is at hitting about the 5-year level or less. But when those people get to that 5 to 7 year mark, they become very marketable. That's the people that are targeted by these incentive programs, and those are the people that are young enough to make a move and make a move for money and look ahead at what that does to their retirement and their overall longevity and how long they have to work before they can retire, and their earning potential, and they're going to start making moves regardless of loyalty here. You know, at some point in time, some people make decisions that are better for them and their family in the long run. So I would also, say that we've done some things to try to attract, to expand our applicant pool. We've specifically subscribed to a couple of ad vehicles that target minority applicants in particular, but also expanded to some other places where we can get the word out. In our salary study, another thing I'd like for us to consider is a fitness incentive. I've seen those work very well in terms of the overall health and wellness of departments. It's also something that you can kind of put out there that other agencies have to compete with them. Also, it'd be good if we could offer a Spanish language and proficiency incentive. And then I think regardless of what we do with our applicant pool in general, we're going to continue to have to offer academy sponsorships to non-certified applicants in order to maintain a level of good qualified applicants. So let me wrap it up there, and I'll be glad to answer any questions that I can.
Any questions for Chief Howell? Yes, Mary.
Yes, I can see the problem. Is there a process in place today whereby if a police officer gets extra certification in a certain field, to make him better at his job, or gets extra college certification, do they get an automatic raise for that?
We do pay incentive pays for college degrees and for progressing through the TCOL certification levels. So there's 4 of those. So yes, we do pay for that. And it's just a stipend that's set, doesn't change very often, but we do pay for that at a comparable rate with other agencies.
I wonder if that might be worthy of going up a step or something.
We can certainly take a look at that, and that's probably something that I think the salary study could determine whether
because that would improve our police department and give them incentive to do that. More incentive than they already have.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and Councilmember, you had asked a question before when we met with you before about turnover rates, and that's a very difficult thing to pin down with other departments and cities. I have found, our turnover rate, we can calculate really quickly, I think it's about a little over 9% consistently on average over the last few years. But in the Metroplex, it averages in quite a large range. It's somewhere between 6% to 21% is what I've found. I haven't really made any correlation between pay and incentives and that sort of thing yet, but we may find that later on.
Can I
Other questions for Chief?
Oh,
Mr. Beasley?
ahead,
Go
go
ahead. Oh, go ahead.
no. Go ahead.
Okay.
I really appreciate, this information. And I think, I don't know how you guys do what you do. And you're certainly not paid enough for what you do for protecting. I mean, basically, I'm the coward. So, but one of the questions I have is, what is our crime rate compared to, say, the other cities that you're looking at here? And is that, and like I said, this is the coward side of me. That would be an incentive for me, but I mean, you guys are special and it probably makes no difference to you, but I was concerned or curious what our crime rate is compared to some of our neighboring cities or other cities about this size.
Our crime rate is certainly not bad. This is a relatively safe city. When you talk about crime rates, of course, you're talking about per capita, and it can vary widely, and does vary widely within the Metroplex. And when you see, let's say Fort Worth's crime rate, for instance, it doesn't look that bad, but there's certain areas of Fort Worth that have very high crime rates, and some of those areas are perhaps smaller or comparable size to the city of Saginaw. But so it's difficult to compare crime rates and make a lot of, I would say that, the thing to remember though is we're in the Metroplex, 45 minutes to an hour of 7 million people or more. Anything could happen in Saginaw that happens anywhere else in the Metroplex. And, we have had officer-involved shootings in the last 6 or 7 years. We've had police officers shot in the city of Saginaw in the last few years. We average about 1 or 2 murders a year, which is really somewhat relatively low. But, there's drugs everywhere. There's people moving through town. We have a lot of traffic through this city that are not Saginaw residents. So anything can happen here at any moment in time. And, I would propose that the risk to Saginaw police officers is no less than the risk to Fort Worth police officers, Dallas police officers, or anywhere else in the Metroplex. The matter of assignment sometimes makes a difference. But again, our folks are out there dealing essentially with the same exact people that everybody else in the Metroplex deals with.
Mr. Beasley?
So I want to apologize because I didn't set up a meeting to do the salary study with all the directors and things, and this is really bothering me because I had no idea that you have somebody with 14 years of experience at a step 3, and I guess I don't understand the whole step deal or how that whole thing works. And this sergeant who's at a step 2 out of 8, I mean, is that something that police officers not doing to move up or in those steps, or is that? I mean, I don't understand why they're not moving up.
Well, from my point of view, from what I can see, but I think maybe there might be someone else that can answer this question better than I can, who was here when the last salary study was done, because there was a lot of readjustment done during that time frame, which kind of compressed the pay ranges. But all I can say is part of the answer to that I can see is that we don't have any plan to move people through that. So just since I've been here, the city, you have, the council has approved very, very generously some cost of living adjustments that moved the entire scale, but no one has moved up a step during that period. So there needs to be both. Both things need to happen.
So is it hard to, I mean, I guess that's what I'm not understanding. How do you move to the step?
Well, and that's where, with a true step plan and the ones that we compete with, there's an incremental time frame set, a schedule set based on tenure. And of course, here we could factor in merit into that determination as to whether somebody gets a step or not. But they move through the pay plan at certain increments, regardless sometimes of, in other words, if somebody's doing their job and whatever, they move through that pay plan and move through the range at time increments. And again, that's one of the main things that we're lacking. Is it's not the range looks good, but you never get to the top of it. So we just need to come up with a way to to move people through the pay ranges at a more regular rate.
Mr. Mayor, we'll try to get to the other directors and just kind of summarize because the issues are the same. What I would say to Councilmember Beasley's point is the problem that we have is the absolute hardest one to fix. So that is you have long tenured employees that have not been able to move up. I'll give you an example. My predecessor, when she retired, was less than or slightly close to the midpoint of the range for a city manager. That's an almost 40-year employee. So what we're asking you to do over time, and as we can afford it, is take care of people who are already here and for whatever reason have chosen to stay, or we want to encourage them, and some of our officers are with us tonight. That's pretty good, the chief notice, assistant chief notice, lieutenant. We want to encourage them to stay and not go to North Richland Hills and maybe keep going with their careers here. So I don't have an answer for you other than I'll frame it this way. There's been tremendous loyalty with our staff, and there will continue to be, but there's also been a Saginaw discount for a long time. So the number of 30-year employees that we will have retired this year, I'll never see that again in my career. It's just a different dynamic changing. People don't stay as long, and people also likely aren't as willing to stay as long knowing that they're under the market. That's what we're dealing with. If I could pitch it to Doug real quick. You're on the clock for 2 minutes,
hang on one
unless you have
second.
a question.
I do have a question.
Sure.
That I want to focus this on police and
Mm-hmm.
then move it over to fire. Police and fire departments both command the highest pieces of the pie in terms of expenditure in the city.
Sure.
So the police department is at $5.3 million annually out of the general fund, and fire department's at $3.7 million a year annually out of the general fund. Out of that $5.3 million, how much of that money is budgeted for labor? Roughly. $5.3 million, roughly how much of that is labor?
Well, it's at least 90% of it.
Okay. So we're going to say it's 4.8. 4.8 million of that is budgeted for labor. How many officers, full-time officers, do you have on staff right now?
41. We have 41 positions. We have 3 openings.
Okay. You have 41 positions. We're going to take the Burleson Exodus guy, okay, as an example. $10,000 bought him from Saginaw. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes.
So if you applied $10,000 times 40, how many? 41?
41.
41.
That's 410,000. Okay? 410,000 against a $4.8 million labor budget is a 9% change. Okay? So 9% change to your labor budget, does that solve all of your problems, Chief?
All of our problems in
Does
terms
it solve your labor problem?
I think it would go a long way. I can't say it would say all of them, but I think it would go a long way to incentivizing people to stay here and not shop for money.
So at the end of the day, I really appreciate the concerns and getting kind of emotionally wrapped up around wanting to retain people, but this is a matter of dollars and cents. How much revenue do we have coming into the city? How much expenditure do we have going out? These 2 departments represent the very largest pieces of money going out, and rightfully so, because that's what we're supposed to be doing, is protecting this community. and these two are the front runners in doing that. So what I suggest that we do is that, I appreciate also the salary studies and getting into the minutia and the detail, but if you guys departmentally can look at what your ranks will require for retention and then bring that back to this council and say, in order to solve our labor dilemma, this is the ask that we have. Okay? I mean, you can show us all day long the salary study that you've done independently. I would probably match that against any paid consultant that we go out and hire. Because you guys, both of you, are incentivized to do what's right by your employees. Am I wrong?
Correct, you're correct.
We're going to pay a consultant to go out there and say, well, Kentucky Windage says. No. I would count on what you're saying, more so than I would a consultant. So, and Doug, not to take time away from you and your presentation, but I'm just saying to you both, you know what your department needs in order to be competitive. This council has demonstrated itself time and time again to be willing to make sure you have what you need. So if you're going to bring something to us, bring it to us definitively in dollars and cents, because in about 5 months, we're going to be making decisions on a budget. Okay? And I think at that point, to make Mr. Beasley's anxiety levels reduce, because I'm sitting here listening to him trying to figure out an equation that it is unthinkable for anybody on this council to think about what you, chief, are having to think through. All we can figure out is, here's a pile of money, and this is what we can give to you to solve the problem. I think you've done a good job of demonstrating what that is, but we need to know what the dollar amount is. And I think if I can very quickly run through the $10,000 problem times 41 employees and what percentage that is against your labor budget, that's a pretty quick acid test as to what you need.
Mr. Mayor, and well received, council member. One kind of positive note I would say for this point in the arc or the growth trajectory of our city, between now and 5 years, we're going to see a lot of development and growth, both in people, but as well as retail and commercial businesses. So every dollar more that we bring in sales tax directly benefits streets maintenance, directly benefits the CCPD, which is really good. So I know it's scary thinking about the dollars because it's going to be a large number, but thankfully we're growing in our capacity. So the general fund, at least for police, will not bear all the burden because as our sales tax grows, that'll continue to pay for more officers. But just want to throw that in. Doug.
I think Chief Howe did a great job of hitting the key points and the challenges that particularly public safety faces. I certainly support doing the compensation study. I think that's where we start at. So I'm going to forego the couple of pages of notes I have. They're reiterating on some points Chief Howe made. Each department has its own challenges, but I'm going to forego that. No salary plan is perfect. It's complicated. There's no way to uncomplicate it. But I think you have the staff here in the department, the senior city staff and the department heads that can come up with a plan that we can realistically implement and make it work for all of us. And I'll finish with that.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
Rick, do you have any comments?
I won't add much. I will just make an observation. When I came to Saginaw, I did observe the Saginaw discount. I mean, most of my employees were heavily tenured, not only tenured on the job, but they grew up in Saginaw. They went to Saginaw High School. They got their summer jobs with the city, and they grew up as city staff. But it's scary because, one death over the holidays, which was unfortunate. But, I mean, I've had tenured employees that have been here, 30 plus years that are retiring, 3 in the last month or two. So, and one on the horizon. So we've been lucky that we have middle management that have kind of been mentored and are ready to step into some of those roles. But we have issues hiring and keeping entry-level positions without a lot of turnover. I think I told the mayor, you got a choice. You can make $10, $15 an hour working for Saginaw, or you can be in an air-conditioned Walmart making the same amount of money. So, we compete against that for those entry-level positions. But the other observation I would have is I think that along with a salary study, part and parcel, there should be a look at the organizational structure, because I think Keith will probably chime in too, but I mean, if you looked at my position in Fort Worth, there would be 5 departments represented under this hat that's not sitting on my head, but you get my gist. I mean, there's a lot of responsibilities piled under one position, and so I think we're getting to a position in size of city and complicated or complex systems within our departments that maybe warrants taking a look at should we have a separate planning and development director? Should we have a separate code enforcement director? Should we have a separate public works director and maybe water director? So where's that line? I think with the comprehensive plan and maybe the change in demographics of the city and the way that we're developing, I mean, the greenfield development are going away. We're quickly developing those infield. So we will start looking at redevelopment. So does that mean that we shift our staffing? Maybe the comprehensive plan gives us an opportunity to look at that also. But to me, they go hand in hand. I mean, if you're going to compare salaries with other comparable cities, I mean, you have to also look at what the job description is. So, I mean, if you're looking at a public works director in Haltom City, I mean, he's dealing with streets and storm drains. If you look at a public works director in Saginaw, I got planning and zoning and code and building permits and water, sewer, parks. There's a lot of hats. So I think that probably it's timely to start looking at how that structure is broken down. And I'll shut up there.
Other questions?
So, just one question. So, you have your issue is more or less with the retirement, or?
I think that, and that's where the compression. I'll just tell you a story. When I was in Fort Worth, and we were hiring engineers off the street in in the early '90s when the economy was recovering from the savings and loan fiasco, and so we had tenured engineers licensed with 10 years experience working for me, and we were having to hire new college graduates with absolutely no experience and having to pay them 25% more than the guys that had the experience, and that's the compression they're talking about. That's a common occurrence in salary plans, compensation plans, particularly with cities. I mean, if you're a corporation, you can, the guy can at the top, he can flip his hand or snap a finger and make it right, but that doesn't happen in the public sector.
Gabe, you had something else you want to add?
Yeah, just to Rick's point, and a good example that we brought up in previous discussions with some council members. So it makes sense when you're a certain size, you have to do a little bit of everything. And we're approaching maybe the next leg up in size of city where we become more complex. So an example was a few months ago, Doug was our emergency management coordinator. Through the partnership with Lake Worth, we were able to hire Joe, doing a great job. Our service level has gone up drastically. Would that make sense for Saginaw of 12,000 people? No, it wouldn't make sense. For 25,000, yes. Melanie's a good example. One-person HR shop. We're at that point where I think she sleeps 2 hours a night, maybe. But anyway, she always beats me in the morning. Kim, kind of the same circumstance. We probably need a dedicated accountant, just with daily cash and journal entries, that sort of thing. All things that are to be expected as you grow. But you start to, we use the analogy in one of the discussions with a council member of a hat rack. So now, Mayor Pro Tem brought up special events. We're probably close to the point in the future of maybe considering a dedicated special events person, as opposed to it be kind of a group effort with Keith in the past. But anyway, sorry, Keith, go ahead.
I'll try to be quick. Gabe has once again installed the shock collar on me to speed me along, so I'll try. I'm not going to repeat what's already been said. I may reinforce a few things. We've already talked about some of the reasons people leave is certainly salary and benefits. It was one of the reasons I came here. It was not the salary. I actually took a pay cut 17 years ago to come to work here. a small one, but I took a pay cut, but I came for the benefits, because at the time, for employees for an employee and their children, there was no insurance cost. That's changed now, but there was no insurance cost at that time. I have 3 kids, so that was a wonderful benefit. It was like a raise. We talked about location. The police officer that lives in Burleson went to work in Burleson, and yes, he was able to make $10,000 more dollars. Location is a great benefit for people personally. And this is no offense to this city, but I really don't want to go to work in Plano. I don't want to drive there. Now, if it was Kerrville, Texas, I would move, but that's a different story. The environment here is great, and it's been talked about the hometown discount type of thing, and getting. That's true. Since in 17 years that I've been here, I know I can go to work pretty much any other city and make a lot more money than I'm making now, and doing less work. But I work with great people, and I've had great leadership, and that's one of the reasons why I've stayed. Some of the reasons people leave are quite frankly, the reputation of the city. If there's a city that has very high volatile politics, very political city, those cities have a hard time getting people to come to work there. 'Cause why would you want to come? Why would you want to put yourself through that? I'm not going to name those cities, but
Are you saying Saginaw is one of those?
no, it's not. No, it's
I
not.
was gonna say, I had no clue.
But in some cities, that is the case.
Okay.
Rick and Gabe has mentioned hats. I've used the reference of being a hat racket sometimes. Rick has comparison to the city of Fort Worth. He said, I think 5 department heads. I'm the same way. I'm close to the 2-hour sleep thing also. When I came to work here, I was the recreation director. That was it. And since then, things have been added to recreation community services. If you compare recreation community services to any other city, it's usually like Parks and Rec, and that's it. But since then, janitorial services, we've added aquatic center, which has been wonderful, senior center. Animal services moved over into my department 3 years ago. And in 1 year ago, almost to the date, at the end of this month, 1 year ago, I took over a department head and their intern's job in economic development, adding no staff. Another reason on that line of talking about hats is many times staff will leave to go to work for another location, another city, whether it's a lateral position or even less, and have less hats to wear. They don't have, Rick could go to work at, or whoever can go to work at another location and not have to wear all those different hats, but still get paid the same amount or more. My department is unique in that for 8 months out of the year, we're probably the second smallest department in the city, but for 4 months in the summer months, we're the largest. Now, granted, that's mostly seasonal, but we're the largest with over 70 employees. I've been here since 2004. We built a great rec center, 26,000 square foot recreation center. When it was built, we had 12,800 people. Right now, we're over 23,000 people. For the last 16 years, I have the same number of staff. Not in this city, and not in this organization or in this surrounding area. But there was a comment that I read that was made that a first-year employee can do the same thing as a tenured employee, and that's not true. One of the negatives about losing tenured employee is that you lose a lot of, not just history, but a lot of knowledge, because a lot of those people have worn a lot of hats, and they know how to do a lot of things. They can tell you without looking at a map where that water meter is on Ruidoso. They can tell you exactly where everything is. They have a lot of knowledge, and you lose that. And sure, you can bring somebody in with no experience or very little experience, but you lose a lot when you lose that. And right now, we're in that position where we're losing a lot of tenured employees. There's several of us in this room that could retire right now, including myself, with 29 years of municipal government experience. That's all I've got. If you got any questions.
Thank you, Keith. Appreciate that. Do I have questions? Ms. Copeland.
And one thing I did not realize before I went to the meeting was that city employees can combine and they do. I mean, if you work for one city for 10 years, then you go to another city and stay there for 10 years, you get to combine those years. That's what makes it so difficult. In other words, they can retire quicker than if they had to start over. So that makes it harder for cities to keep these employees because they qualify for retirement sooner than if they had to start over if they went to a new city. So I didn't realize that, and probably not very many people do.
Cindy?
That's true as long as it's a TMRS city. And it works both ways, too. I mean, we also get employees coming here because we are a TMRS city. So there's give and take there. I'm not going to...
And I just wanted to... I wasn't, trying to say that was good or bad. I was just trying to let people know about that. So.
I'm not going to reiterate the finance department has the same issues that the other departments have that you've already heard about. My point I want to make is that, as you can tell, there's not an easy, quick solution. And so I'm glad that we're talking about it early on because we have pressure during the summer and going through the budget. It would be nice to have a plan, an idea of what we're looking at when we get into the budget season. So we need to do our studies and have our plan and cost estimates ready, so when we have an idea of tax rates and all of those things, that we're ready in the summer. When there's not as much pressure, it's easier to take our time and look through the issues and come up with a plan.
Cindy?
Well, we're pretty much at the end of the list here. I was just going to ask if, everybody could tell us, how many employees that we're talking about in each of these departments, but I guess we can take this up in another workshop. One other question I have is, Keith, which department are you taking over this year?
Gabe? No.
Well, Rick recently became aware that he's retirement eligible in TMRS, so he threatens to retire.
It's a day-to-day thing, okay?
Day-to-day? Okay. So
depends on how many times I talk about detention ponds, Rick. What
there
is
you
it?
go.
Exactly.
So Keith's taking 2 more hats this year,
well,
right?
so the next Rick is, and I've shared this with y'all, but Randy Newsom, if I'm here, is the next Director of Public Works. Now, to Rick's point earlier, we may change some things and change responsibilities as it makes sense in the future. But thankfully, there's a Randy in Public Works.
Cindy?
And then one last question I had, I think, is probably for Chief Howell. You kept talking about this step plan that you have. I'm not sure how we can help with that other than you presenting something to us that involves dollar figures that we need to approve. I'm not sure what our involvement is other than just you letting us know that this is an issue that needs to be addressed internally. Could you clarify that for me, please?
Sure. I can come up with a monetary solution along with a few other things. I think for the police department, I would hate to do that for the entire city because I'm sure I would miss some things. But I certainly will be glad to work on it for the whole city. If we don't commission some sort of a consultant firm to do this, I mean, certainly I'll be glad to lend any labor and expertise I have in that. But I think for the police department, it would be fairly simple to come up with something. It's just a matter of money.
Mr. Tucker? Mr. Farr?
Yeah, I think that there are 2 very important key metrics that each department head should bring back to the council. The first is, as we were doing our long-range financial plan, we were targeting a staff to population ratio of about 7 human beings per 1,000, okay? That is total citywide. So at 25,000, that's roughly 175 human beings working in the city. So if you as the city manager are looking at an organizational design that's based upon tiered departments and a reporting structure that meets a certain span of control, and by span of control, I mean that one person can physically only manage as many as maybe 5 to 6 people. That's anything more than that person is rendered essentially useless. So if you're designing an organization around our current department structure, and it's based on that metric of 7 human beings per 1,000 population, and then each of those departments, the second metric would be each department makes a determination as to what they believe the market midpoint is in their opinion. And I'll promise you right now, I would put more stock in that than I would any outside firm.
I would too.
If the department head comes in and says, I've done this research and I know what my hat or hats are, and I can extrapolate that in my own research and not have to convey that to some person outside, and they have to contort their thinking into what it is that you're saying, I think it'd be a lot more, first off, it would be less sophisticated and a whole lot more credible to the folks sitting up here to hear it directly from a department head who's been in the trenches and they know what they're looking at. So if they can bring what they believe their midpoint total labor budget is by department, and then that head count is based upon that 7 per 1,000 metric, I think those are the 2 key metrics we need to continue to look at. Because as we grow to our total build out of 35,000, which we're at 23 today, that head count's going to continue to grow for every 1,000 human beings that move into the city. So as long as we're keeping track of our per capita, employee per capita ratio, and we're allowing our department heads to make a clear determination as to what they believe their midpoint values are for labor cost, those are the only 2 metrics I need. I don't know about, I'm not speaking for the rest of the council. I'm just telling you, those are the only 2 metrics that I need.
Thank you, Patrick.
I need that too.
Mr. Beasley, anything else, Mr. Beasley?
I need that too.
Okay.
And I'll be setting up meetings with you, Gabe, to get more information on these studies.
I want to address the city employees directly. I've been on the council a long time, probably way too long, some would say. We have always stepped up for our employees. We may be slow. We may be not on the ball. I remember us talking with my predecessor years ago about where we were with police and where we wanted to be, and we weren't there. We've taken steps there. Obviously, we're not there yet. This tells us. But we will always step up for our employees. We always have. We always will. I think our history shows that we've been very, very considerate of our employees and have done everything we can for the employees and try to put the employees first. So just keep that in mind. We will address this. It will take steps. We will eat this elephant in pieces because it's going to be a lot of steps and a lot of money. But we will take slow steps and we will get there. As we mentioned, we need some more information as to where there is, what there means. But I think we understand there's an issue. We hear you. Let's say that first. We hear you, hear your concerns. We will do everything we can to address this. I don't know exactly how we'll do it. We've got to figure out how we're going to pay for it, how much it's going to cost, and how we'll get there, but we will address this. I promise you. Anything else, Gabe? Any other direction y'all need? Anything else on this item? We've been on this item quite a while, and I'd like to move forward to the next item, honestly.
That's great.
Because there's no action on this item, right? Okay. Thank you, and thank you, folks. I appreciate the information. So moving forward to item number 13, discussion of future facility and bond project planning. For that, City Manager Gabe Ray.
So, Mayor, we're getting closer to decision time. So I'm really excited. This bond election that we've been talking about for well over a year is it's a once in a generation opportunity. So y'all are going to be making 30-year decisions for facilities and projects that are going to exceed, lots of our time here, which is really exciting. Kind of narrowed it down in past discussions. I included some information, talking with Dolph and bond counsel. So we're looking at one item for streets and sidewalks and everything related to that. Keep in mind that 50% of that item could potentially be reimbursable, or we'd have a match opportunity with Tarrant County should Tarrant County mobility bond pass in November 21. We are waiting on a determination from bond counsel to see if the we get that graphic up, maybe the combined library senior center facility. So if the AG's office says that that can be one item, then it can be one item. If it's your desire to have them two separate items, the reality is, as you can kind of see, and this is very high level. I mean, should voters approve, we'll get into design and nuts and bolts in great detail. So the two facilities are generally connected by kind of that middle part, colonnade, walkway, breeze space type. There's some outdoor elements, a plaza, and then a outdoor activity center that would be to the north. You can kind of see from the schematic there's shared parking and shared features. One item that came up since our last meeting where we talked about this was, and we've mentioned this before briefly, the intent is to relocate the Veterans Memorial to somewhere along McElroy. That could be here. We could accommodate it potentially in this project. It could be accommodated in the amount for parks improvements. So thankfully, we have space and opportunities. Behind us, there's already a kind of an amphitheater, some seating already that could fit that space and the future need. So really, by the next meeting, hope to have ballot language. If it's your desire to take action and call the election the next meeting, we can do that. Happy to receive.
When do we have to call the meeting? I thought the first meeting in February?
First meeting in February,
okay.
Yep. And really, on the staff side, process-wise, the sooner we can get clarity on what will go to voters, the sooner we can get the information out. I think you'll find, and I'm sure you talked with them all, but our bond committee is really excited about the future. They've put in the homework by virtue of participating in the process. They're ready to go out and inform residents about these projects, and we're getting really close. So happy to answer any questions you might have and receive your feedback.
I had a question. I read the note you sent from bond counsel about talking to the Attorney General about the library/senior center as one combined. What would be the risk breaking those apart, putting those two separate items, one senior center, one library, two different items on the ballot?
I may defer to our in-house project manager, Councilmember Farr. I mean, in my mind, should voters approve, we'd have one general contractor doing a combined facility.
I'm assuming your risk is about what is the risk of pass-fail?
Voter approval, yeah.
I mean, anytime you dice up components of a bond program, you increase the risk of failure for individual components. And I was surprised to learn that, my initial thought was to package all of this under one big number. And now I'm learning through bond counsel that the state has appropriately designed the law such that people like me can't do that. So, I think that it's fair to say that there are enough proponents in the community behind the senior center. I think that there are also enough proponents in the community behind the library that they have a high probability of passing even though they're separated.
That was my thought, yeah.
It's just when you make bond propositions complicated, when somebody's going through and say, I support Prop A or Prop B or Prop C, all of a sudden the branding becomes the letter, and it doesn't stay with the descriptor. So if you start seeing people saying, I support Prop A, and Prop A happens to be the library, and Prop B happens to be the senior center, if someone in the community decides, I don't want Prop B, then all of a sudden you start hearing this flood of, I'm against Prop B. And people that show up that are there to vote for A say, well, I've heard a lot of people say they don't like Prop B, so I'm not going to vote for Prop B. So that's the trouble when you make bond propositions so technical in their language, people don't read the language. On the bond, on the document itself, when they pull the lever, they just don't read it. They just say, I'm not voting for B because I heard Joe say he hates B. That's my only hesitation about breaking this up into so many parts, is that if somebody does seed in that idea that a certain proposition they don't like and it catches fire, then one of those individual propositions could die by virtue of complication.
So, and I guess my thought is, you mentioned that senior center and library both carry enough cachet on their own. I mean, I can hard for me to see a organized resistance against a new senior center. What kind of heartless individual would do that? I don't know. I mean, they're out there, yes, but I have a hard time, and I know our library board is voracious and ready to go. They're going to push this hard. And I think the senior center would garner that kind of support as well. And I guess part of my thought was, as for transparency for the voters, would it be more transparent to say, it's a senior center, it's a library, it's two separate things, two separate buildings, facilities doing two separate activities. They're not combined. It's not a cross-functional, facility. So that was my thought. But I wanted to bring it to council and say what the rest of y'all thought as well.
Two separate listing. You've got a library and you've got a senior center. Leave it as such.
Go ahead, Mary.
Well, it is hard to predict what people will do, but, we may have the answer given to us by the state. They may say, no, you can't combine the library and senior center on one. So that will solve, we may not have a choice. But if we have a choice, I think the senior center would have a better chance of passing if it was combined with the library. But that's just my feeling. I want them both to pass. But like I said, we may not have a choice. We may have to separate them. But if we can combine them, I think the library is probably a shoe-in. But I'm not as sure that the senior center would be as big of a shoe-in as the library. So I think if they were combined, it would be more likely that they would pass as a pair. That's all I have.
Mr. Mayor, there was one item that I didn't mention, so it would depend on what the will of voters are, and that is a renovation of the existing library. So it's kind of hard for us to make a decision regarding that facility or a future use until we know what their pleasure might be regarding a new library. So given the opportunity we have capacity-wise as they relate to streets projects, we could, should voters approve, come back and approve renovation of the existing library, which I believe is about 30 years old. Is that correct? 1990 or so. So it's time for a substantial update just based on age. We can come back at a later date and use that for Public Works. They definitely need better space there, as well as the other functions we've outlined in the facility assessment. So,
what you're meaning is that item would not be on the bond package.
Yes, because in my recommendation would be we've got to have some decision by voters on the library at least before we vacate that. We're talking, let's say voters approve in May. We've got close to a year in design, likely, and probably another year in construction before a brand new library is built, not to mention migration, that sort of thing. So there's some time involved.
Okay. Dr. Cindy, your thoughts on this?
As Gabe knows, and Dolph as well, I'm going to be meeting with the architects with some recommendations for the senior center. I've talked with a bunch of seniors, and they're excited about the possibilities that we have, so that's generated a lot of interest. Normally, I kind of like to see these things separated, but this particular project, because both facilities are on the same piece of property, I think they need to stay together. Now, I am going to warn you, because you don't like surprises, I got some major changes to this layout.
Well, let's get it approved first
But
before we
I
start that.
understand, but I mean,
You're already spending the money,
One
Doug.
step at a time. Yeah.
I am.
That's
But,
great,
I mean,
that's great, but one step at a time.
But yeah, I mean, I'm going to make some recommendations to this layout tomorrow when we talk to the architects that I think will be function a lot better.
Okay. Mr. Beasley?
Whatever the AG, I mean, if the AG comes up and says we can do them both together, let's do them both together.
But I want to amend that, though, because that was my initial comment. If the AG responds and says, yes, it's okay, but if we have to contort the facilities where they have to be connected and you have to have common entrances and all of that business, no.
That's a good point. Yeah.
I think that the integrity of the individual facility needs to be maintained,
Okay.
regardless of the AG's opinion.
Okay.
I appreciate the efforts made. I mean, Gabe and I have had 3 or 4 conversations about what if the awning's connected, and I mean, you know, they need to be separate.
Yeah.
And if the AG says it's okay, so long as we share entrances, I'm not okay with that. Make them separate.
I think we all agree with that. I think, as we mentioned before, I think everybody's okay with that. We want two separate, a dedicated facility for seniors and a dedicated library. I think we're all definitely aligned with that. So, all right, let's wait on the AG's decision and see what he says. What we find out from them. All right, one other thing I want to bring up. You know, we talked about Veterans Park. My preference would be put Veterans Park somewhere on this, I don't know, in the front or the back, wherever. Move Veterans Park to somewhere in this site. I don't know what that will look like. My question to Gabe was, do we need to put money in this bond package for that item? Because I want to move Veterans Park sooner than later and get it a real beautiful facility that it really deserves. And do we need to put a little money in there for this at this time?
Mayor, why would you want Veterans Park at this complex? Why would you not want it in some place that's a little more quiet and isolated where?
Like where? Well, I want it off the boulevard for one. I want it away from where it is now. That's not the best location for it.
Right.
It's small and it's loud and everything else. I do want it.
But-
I think these two would be much quieter than where it is now.
What about the amphitheater behind the city hall?
Is that big enough? Is that big enough and nice enough to do a proper Veterans Park?
What about the
I
hard
think
corner
it's-
right here? The hard corner of Opal and McElroy.
Well, how's that any different than across the street as far as noise-wise or?
I think
Mayor, I did-
timing.
Mayor, if I could, I did measure the area of existing Veterans Park and how that would fit on the park behind the building here behind City Hall, and they're comparable in size. But I guess one question, though, is do you want to enhance it somehow? Do you want,
Absolutely.
Do you want the same
I want it
Veterans
bigger.
Memorial that you have today?
I want it bigger and better and nicer.
So then that begs the question, what do you want? What's the scope of that project?
I want it a little bigger and nice. I think right now Veterans Park is nice, but it is not as good as it could be. It's in a bad location. It's loud. It's a little cramped. I think we could do better. Let's say that. And I envision in my head double the size. And Valerie just texted me and said the corner by City Hall, which is what Patrick just mentioned. And if we can fit it there, that's fine too. But somewhere along in here, and the question is, do we need money? So I can't say where. Let's let the Parks Board work through some of that. But do we need, at this time, put some money in this bond for that item? That's really the big question I have. And would y'all be okay with that? What do y'all think?
I'm fine with that.
I don't know what that number is. We need to figure that out.
Mr. Mayor, Dolph just said we could probably look at that as part of the Parks Master Plan, and I'm sure we could put that as part of the Parks proposition, just that's whatever that amount is.
Okay.
Give some options for future location, plus upgrades, that sort of thing.
So go from $4 million for parks to 4.2.
Sure,
4,
yeah.
whatever
we
that
can,
is.
Yeah, we can come back with a number.
Is everybody okay with that? Upping it just a little for Veterans Park? Okay, excellent. All right, so I think we're good with streets projects. We're good with parks. The question is senior center, library, and we'll hear from the AG and see what he says. Everybody okay with that?
So one overarching question about McElroy and its development in terms of in front of City Hall. Where are we in the general planning of what that boulevard looks like in terms of divided drive with trees down the middle of it? I'm just trying to envision, it's talking through the location of where this park might be. I mean, if we are dividing McElroy and we're creating kind of that boulevard feel, it very well may work better that we put Veterans Park consolidated on one side of that road and leave this hard corner for some kind of feature to work in with that boulevard expansion or development, since we're getting closer and closer down here to this cemetery, the pinch point on McElroy, and just consolidate all that development to one side, leaving us some space for development. Does that make sense to the engineers in the room? Because we want to probably budget as much as we can when we're doing that, as much land area as we can when we're doing that.
Of course, I mean, that's a council decision, policy decision, but I don't think that would be the highest and best use of this corner, that's for sure. So I think that it's, besides the fact that you want a serene place, peaceful, so I don't know that being on the boulevard is the appropriate location for that.
I also know that there is a young lady that's a Girl Scout. She's working on her Gold Award. She's coordinated with Gabe about trying to revive the community garden in that corner over here. So COVID has kind of put a crunch on things for her this year. She was going to start in September, and things just never happened just because of the situation that we're in these days. But I know she's anxious to get that garden started again.
I think we can come back maybe and talking with Kimley Horn with some options and some renderings. One thing Mayor Pro Tem mentioned is, show graphics and visuals, which I think are tremendously helpful. And we can come back and present some options at a later date. I think the overall, to your point, the overall idea of a streetscape, the intent is to be very unique and somewhere you want to come and hang out and walk to the park and that sort of thing. So I think we can get there.
And there's nothing that says we have to put Veterans Park on the boulevard, on McElroy Boulevard.
No.
There's other places in town we could probably look at as well.
That's true.
I think it's a great opportunity, though, for people that are going to the library, and it's kind of it in and of itself is an education experience to know that these are veterans that served, and there's a lot of synergy there that I can see beneficial. So anyway,
Yeah.
Okay.
we'll tack some money on. I'm on board with that.
Excellent.
For
Okay.
Veterans Park.
Good deal. All right. Any other questions on this? I think so next time we can discuss, and if we have language we can approve next time, or even the first one in February. So we've got some time and a little flexibility there. We good, Gabe?
Yes.
Okay. So that is 13. So moving forward to item number 14, presentation regarding 2020 work plan. City Manager Gabe Graham.
Okay. So, Mayor and Council, I included a memo that outlines progress on the work plan. I'm not going to go through everything in detail. I just want to start off with a few comments. One, I want to express my appreciation and thanks for our employees. None of this happens without all of us working toward goals together. And also our city attorney, who discussion items, he usually heads home to eat dinner. Although Bryn, I'm sure he's watching at home. He's dedicated. And our friends at Kimley Horn, thanks again. We kept them very busy in the past year. So I just want to whip through really quickly, like 30 seconds. So I'm sure you recall this presentation. I gave this to you November 21st of 2017. Y'all put me through one of the most torturous efforts in my life through this recruitment, which lasted like 6 months. So the last part, the only folks that get a free pass are Councilmember Beasley and Councilmember Tucker. They were not on the council that hired me. But the ask was, okay, what is, we want a strategic plan and we want to make strategic decisions. How do we get there? And I generally know the process, and I shared a couple quotes and kind of a framework, and I'll share it again. Councilmember Tucker and I joke about Uncle Warren, right? Warren Buffett is, I love reading Berkshire Hathaway letters. They're full of wisdom. He's an insanely brilliant man who's also humble and modest. But probably the best quote ever, at least related to strategic planning in my mind. Someone's sitting in the shade today because someone planted a tree a long time ago. I'm happy to tell you we've been planting trees for the whole time I've been here together. I'm very thankful for that. Some of those trees, we started a couple years ago, and just now we're seeing them come to action tonight. So the square, this TxDOT has delayed us on that development for well over a year. I'm happy to see we've got a path forward. We're moving. I'm not going to go through many of these other things other than we've established together a framework of how to make your vision and the vision of the community a reality. And I'm so happy to be able to go through these things and talk about all the good work that we've accomplished in the past year, which, as everybody knows and needs no repeating, it's been tremendously difficult. But I also want to kind of preface that and saying I'm an optimistic person that 2021 is going to be a lot of fun, and we've got a lot to look forward to. When I come to you in a couple months after we talk with the directors, the work plan is likely, or at least the draft will bring to you, is all efforts will be turned toward bond election, preparing for that. So won't go through the rest of the PowerPoint. I am sure it was over 3 years ago. You remember it. It's not that long ago. So just going through goals, we've broken them out by the 5 main goals in the memo. So work plan item, economic development framework. We've kind of on a piece-by-piece basis, these things are evolving as they relate to development. So as you're aware, we created the first public improvement district in the city's history. I think we might need to win some award for the speed with which that was accomplished. Bryn's not here, but we received notice of a petition for what will be the city's second public improvement district, should it be approved, with the Belt Mill development to support that. Mayor Pro Tem asked me to provide more graphics, which I think is tremendously helpful. I lack that ability. I can't color inside the lines, but some of our interns and management analysts put this together as just a helpful visual summary of the projects. So I'm excited of the good work we've got going. It's funny because some of these projects take years to set up, and they only become real when people see dirt moving. So thankfully, we've got like All Storage coming now. We've got the Golden Chick coming. We've got a Chipotle coming on Old Decatur. Once the square gets going, I'm sure we'll have LOIs for the restaurants and things that the council have said are important. So excited, and that's council member asked me to kind of frame these things as either completed, ongoing, or in progress. So I would consider our economic development framework to be in the ongoing stage, and that may be something we revisit going forward. Our city facilities master plan, won't spend much time on this other than to say over a year ago we kind of made some recommendations based on our ultimate service population, approximately 35,000 people, as well as the employees that it'll take to serve that population. So many of our facilities, in fact, we just talked about, have that framework and that in mind. I consider that project to be complete. Spent a good amount of time in a separate item to talk about citywide services and staffing. Our long-range financial plan is going to guide the next several years with that. I just note a few things that I'm very proud of personally to have participated in. That is, our tuition reimbursement program has taken off. So we had one participant last year. We're up to 5 either have applied or will apply this year. 2 in Public Works, 2 in the Police Department, and 1 in the library. In 3 years, we've had 9 interns. 2 of those interns are now full-time employees and doing great. We have 3 interns currently. At the rate people are retiring, I hope we can keep them in full-time capacity. And that was part of the long-term rationale to get folks in to come help out. Mentioned other, I generally believe that internal promotions are the best course of action where it's appropriate. Outlined, future leadership for departments. We had mentioned Randy Newsom. So long as I'm here, Russell Ragsdale will be your next chief of police. We'll do a very good job. Really excited to work with kind of planning the next level of leadership in all departments because it's upon us with retirements and folks moving on. Really happy that our benefits situation worked out the way it did. Made a difficult decision and chose to go with a different broker. Hub International resulted in a 17% savings, over $300,000. We got a bundling discount where we packaged a number of the benefits together at 3%. Long term, that's going to, immediately it has made a difference. Long term will be tremendously valuable. I'd like to thank Melanie for her efforts in that. Our fire department dispatch services relationship with Fort Worth has been tremendous. I think Chief Spears would tell you that it's, we got in a situation related to COVID where we couldn't staff our own station, and Fort Worth was there to do it. So absent that arrangement, we would have been in tough shape. We're also running more calls to Fort Worth, which I think staff, I think the fire department enjoys that and is happy to help. Emergency management, Joe Laster continues to do a good job, still feeling out the new role for both cities, Lake Worth and Saginaw. We're very happy he's here. And the police and public works department are still continuing progress on their respective accreditation programs. Consider that at this point in context of our financial plan, which is the next item, to be substantially complete. Long-range financial plan, we've talked about that in detail. Consider that to be complete, and we have a good framework going forward. Our ordinance updates are ongoing. I think some of the ordinances that were reviewed and updated in the past year were generally related to growth and development. So we made some zoning ordinance changes at Rick's recommendation, changed some development standards, that sort of thing. I think that a lot of these, at least development-related items, may come up with a comprehensive plan. So consider that project to be ongoing in the future. Our next goal, mobility and traffic flow. Our trail system, this be a focus of the Parks Master Plan project. We've got some great opportunities in the long term to create a network and continuity and enhance, create a connected system. You approved on the consent agenda the Safe Routes to School, some sidewalk projects, so you'll see dirt moving, sidewalks here in the next few months. Excited about that. Traffic signal synchronization is in progress. Thankfully, TxDOT is helping us out.
Excuse me, Gabe, is that one ongoing, or is it?
Yeah, I'm going to say that project is in progress, and it's really the work efforts of the Parks Master Plan. Okay. Traffic signal synchronization, a lot of this is dependent on TxDOT. You'll recall we budgeted some money when we issued COs for signal improvement at McElroy and Saginaw Boulevard. Thankfully, TxDOT is going to upgrade that signal and the associated timing at TxDOT cost, which will free up money for other traffic projects. Over time, we'll work with TxDOT to the extent that we can, try to make the signals as seamless as possible, knowing that they're disrupted all the time due to the trains. Next project, as you know, Knowles is under design. It's in progress. Anticipate that design will be complete in the spring. Likely will, be should voters approve, that would be our highest priority street project, especially the northern face where there's significant localized flooding issues that need to be corrected. Next project is McElroy reconstruction that's in progress. So about half of it is complete now. Full depth reconstruction asphalt. They're making steady work each day with the county. Noted that that's funded with sales taxes, street maintenance fund, so happy to see that at work. Goal 3, code enforcement and compliance. I think that related to our comprehensive plan, this is going to be an ongoing thing, and in every city, it doesn't matter if you're Highland Park, there's always code issues, and they never go away. I think maybe as we talk in the spring, some of the focus areas may change. We've got some blighted properties that need attention and immediate attention. Very pleased with staff and the good work. You'll recall, I guess it was in December we had a code update, and there's been a lot of work that I don't think people see that's gone into some of these properties, especially on Saginaw Boulevard. That'll continue. Parks Master Plan will be going soon. Excited to see those discussions happen and outline future projects. Overlay District was completed last year, likely with some of the new developments, and maybe the first one that would adhere to the overlay standards would be at the square. Monument signage, some of the setbacks and articulations and that sort of thing. So we'll see that built in real life probably within the next year. Goal 4, the Vibrant Activity Center and major corridors. We're waiting, in fact, something I need to follow up with Bryn related to the National Guard project, which is really long-term. Looking at getting an engagement letter with a federal level lobbyist and outlining the next steps there. That's going to be a very long-term project. I don't think we'll know for a year at least what the next steps or what all's involved, but we're making progress at least. We actually mentioned this in our bond discussion, but the idea of municipal center, master plan, kind of unique space, our plaza, should voters approve, the McElroy corridor, things are coming together. Fire station, as you know, dirt will turn in the spring of this year. And if the bond's approved, then that'll certainly take off over a period of time. Kranz Farm, mentioned that earlier with the creation of a PID. That was about 2 years of work that the zoning came to the City Council for final approval in December. Jim Makins let me know that they closed on the property, so they're ready to go and get to construction. And from what I understand, there's tremendous interest to get that project going. Last goal, expand quality of life amenities. Chief Howell's given updates on community policing. I think in the near term and going forward, there's a desire to, once life returns to normal, to engage a dedicated community services officer and do a lot of the fun things that people really enjoy, the coffee with the cops, visiting elementary schools and such. I understand the mayor and the chief did that today, albeit remotely, so these are all things we want to go forward with in the future. Desire to look at mental health services with Tarrant County, as well as, I think we didn't mention this previous discussion, but we're getting at a point where it may make sense to separate dispatch, free up a patrol person and have a dispatch supervisor. So we may look at that in the future. Senior Center, we've outlined the space assessment. Consider that complete. We'll bring that to voters, likely bring that to voters in the near future. And then, had it not been for COVID, more than likely we would have had a bond election in May 20, so we're backed up a year. But when I come to you in a couple months with projects related to the 21 work plan, most of them are going to be weighted heavily towards the bond election. So if staff has done our job well in that regard, it is to make sure that we get the information out and that we distribute it to everybody in every means possible. And if if voters have the information, then we'll do as they please. So excited that the fire station's underway. I think it's going to be a facility that we're all proud of, and I think that's in a whirlwind about what I have to say. So if there's any questions, happy to answer them. If not, again, I'd like to thank our employees, and 2020 was a good year. 2021 is going to be better.
Council questions for Gabe?
I just have one
Cindy?
comment to make.
Sure, go ahead.
I think 2020 has shown exactly how exceptional the city of Saginaw is. Where other cities have struggled, we've shined. And I couldn't be prouder to serve on a council for a city like this. And I just applaud the staff for just the tremendous amount of work that you've done to try to maintain a sense of normalcy in a world that's totally chaotic. So I appreciate that.
Hear, hear.
I just have one comment. We as a council have to remember that Gabe's success and staff success and our success is all interconnected, every bit of it. And we as a council have to communicate clearly, concisely, and consistently to Gabe so he knows what his mission is. If he doesn't know what his mission is, we can't ask him to do anything. So these work plans, I'm so excited that they have been instituted and they have been adopted as ordinance. And I think that should continue from year to year so that there is clarity. At the end of the year, we can come back and check off. What did we accomplish? What did we not accomplish? What do we have next to accomplish? So it's everyone's work here to make this happen, but I just can't impress upon us as an elected body how important it is for us to be clear, concise, and consistent.
Okay. Mr. Beasley, anything? Okay. Thank you, Gabe. No, I really like that tool. It is a great visual. As you said, it's easy to see things laid out. I have all that in my brain, but it's sure easy to see it on one page like that and help to wrap on what we have done. It helps us tie a bow around a year, a very interesting year, but still a positive year for the city. We accomplished, we moved in the right direction, and it set us up for success in the future as well. So thanks for that. Anything else? And I think we're done with the regular agenda. So at 8:36, we'll recess into executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code 561.072 and 561.074. We will return to adjourn. I was sitting too long, right? Yeah.
I'll bring it next week. I was still on vacation. Derek Garrettson. He's off the air now since I got rid of the line. He'll send me a text every so often. Tells me how worthless I am as what he is.
We were just talking about, I left my family out there while he went on Lone Star Lawn.
a little more than what we really wanted.
That's true. I think in the end, you might get a better product, but yeah, there's maybe bigger workload.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem proposing something that would fix our deal, but there was so much more to go along with it that kind of they like went in one ear and out the other, like, right, positions and distribution of workload and that kind of
sick time. And, you know, most of all the stuff that they try to shove down police chief's throat is that the best thing for law enforcement is 410s. 410s is scheduled? Most efficient, keeps people happy still with 3 days off, less sick time, and if you have to work overtime, it's not huge, but the biggest thing is safety issues, less accidents, less mistakes, and because, you know, everything shows that
Hello, hello, is this thing on?